Sir Pippin, how are you? All right, there's my live notifications for the fam. Well, I'm glad you're here. Really appreciate seeing you as always. Welcome in, everybody. I just got done posting my live notifications. You should be able to hear the music. It looks like I'm still above it. I adjusted some of my volume stuff, so if it's out of whack, please just let me know. We're gonna be drawing a little background for my dog today. That's what I felt like doing. All right, I got everything I need open. Let's move over to my art program. Actually, you know what? I gotta do my tarot pull. Yep, yeah, that's what art be. Well, hey, that suggests good things to come. I like that. All right, let's get a nice big brush set up. I want to start drawing in a background for this guy, finishing up some of the details and getting him posted. This has been kind of a for lack of a better term, a pet project. Um, no closed captions. I said pet project. Pet. Work with my pun. Work with my pun. That's not what I said. I didn't say fat. Although he is kind of a chubby dog. Um, he is kind of a chubby dog. Let's be honest. He's a dock dog, so I want to put the ocean and the dock in the background like I did the first time I drew him. This is an old drawing, and it was done on my phone, so it was pretty limited. Hey, Chrono, thanks for the lurk, man. Yeah, this is the old version of it, which I did on my phone, which was pretty limiting, so it's not as detailed as I'd like, and I wanted to do it again. So that's what we've been doing. And on top of that, I wanted to use this as an opportunity to display some of the different styles of art that I'm capable of that people like to buy. And so this is the full color version with a background that we're working on right now. I also have the flat color version, a grayscale version, and a sketch version. So, based on what people can budget and stuff, they could have those as different commission options. And I wanted to use this as promotional material to show the different styles that I do. Let's turn the full color one back on and we'll get started scribbling in a backdrop here. A nice dark greenish blue for the water. And then I need to make a good wood tone. And I want it to be kind of washed out because wood that gets exposed to the elements a lot, like a dock wood, ends up getting kind of pale and washed out looking. So I'm going to start with this tone, I think. Switch to the line tool so I get a nice flat horizon. And I accidentally activated sticky keys for the millionth time today. I was working on some other stuff off stream earlier. So we'll start with that as our super basic base. And we're going to turn that into wood and water. Yeah, I did planks going in that direction. I have the little stick-up-y bit. Probably do that after the pole. Probably do that after I do the water. Let's get some water texture going on first, I think. Create a little masking layer. Turn off our old version. Grab a fun texture brush. That looks better in the brush preview than how it actually works. Also, I broke my mouse today, so I grabbed a backup. Well, I didn't mean to. I knocked it down and it started blinking and then it just wasn't working anymore. Honestly, it was one of those gaming computer mice that had like way too many buttons anyway, and I'd always accidentally hit things, so I just switched it out for a more basic one. You know what? I think I'm just gonna go with a classic airbrush and like actually draw it. I think an airbrush would work best for this effect. I'll play around with some texture on top of it later. I have that at 25 right now. I need that much larger. And let me pull up a reference image. Welcome, welcome, get down, yeehaw boy. How's it going? We're drawing a dog, namely the background for the dog, although there's some details on the dog I still gotta finish. He's a dock dog. He was a stray who grew up on the docks, so I'm drawing him on a little dock, and I'm working on adding the water and the dock into it. This is an old version of this drawing that I did back when I didn't have as good of a computer. I did it on my phone, and now I'm redoing it in a higher quality. Because I can, and he's a good dog. Let's go with like 500. I just got started here on this bad boy, so we're just getting started on the background, but I've been working on this guy for a little bit. And I found a nice image of some choppy waters with the sun shining off of them. Thanks. Yeah, he's a little adventurer. It took me forever to find a DM who was okay with me playing a dog. None of them seemed to take me seriously. Which, I guess that makes sense. He's a character I play in Dungeons and Dragons once a week. Uh, I actually do take him very seriously, even if he seems like a total goof, and he kind of is a total goof, but he's not any goofier than any of my other D&D characters, if I'm being completely real. Doing water is one of those very trust the process kind of things, so just roll with me here. Oh yes, this is character art for a Dungeons and Dragons character of mine. Thank you, Goddess Whispers. Thank you. Yeah, this is Sit Stay. He was a stray dog, so he never got a formal name. People call him different things, but the thing he would hear most often was sit, stay, and he learned to associate with that, much to the chagrin of the local sailors. I'm just kind of like scribbling in some tonal variation to get started. Because really, that's what water is. It's just a million different tones. It's not actually solid or anything, so doing a bunch of scribbles. And then I'll be bringing in more dark, bringing in more light, a lot of back and forth to build up highlights, lowlights, etc. But yeah, this is I play him every Wednesday. He's one of my favorite characters I've ever written. The original concept is that a stray dog was sleeping outside of a tavern, or maybe even inside if the weather was bad. You know, some people would let him in and let him lay by the fireplace. Um, and he was approached by a drunkard who decided to put a headband of intellect on him as a collar to see what would happen. And he learned how to talk and how to be an independent dog, and he started a business. This is not a game that I stream, but normally on Tuesdays I play Baldur's Gate 3 with my dungeon master who runs that game. And I'm not this week because he is sick, but we'll be back on Friday instead. Normally I do art streams Friday, Baldur's Gate Tuesdays, but we did a little flipperoo this week since he's not feeling well. Yeah, he's very fun. He that's also why he's a black lab. Black labs are some of the best swimming dogs you can get. And I thought since he grew up on a dock, he'd be a big swimmer. Like, you can't get him out of the water. I made him a shadow monk, because originally I was going to make him a rogue, but another member of the party. Thank you very much for the follow, Get Down Yeehaw Boy. What should I call you, by the way? Is Yeehaw good? Yeah, and he's just so much fun. He's genuinely a blast to role play, and like I get to play a fun balance of would he be thoughtful and genuine here, or would he do some stupid dog crap and just like start licking himself? It's not too bad, honestly. I worked with my DM on a lot of like compromises for what would make sense for the character. And so one of the first items I purchased was a wand of mage hand so that I would have one hand and be able to do basic things like open a door. Because prior to buying that, I could not open doors. I would have to wait for one of my party members to do it. And that was very funny but a little annoying. Especially because I have the highest speed. Um The average player, for anyone who doesn't play D&D, the average player character can go like 30 feet in one round. He can go more than double that. So like he's very fast. Go with yeehaw, but gotta shout it like yeehaw. How was that? Was that good? I'm not Southern. I was born and raised in New Jersey. And I still live in New Jersey. Hello, Caffeinated Manda. How are you? We're drawing a dog. Welcome in, welcome in. He's a very handsome gentleman. He's chaotic, good aligned. Sleepy. It's been a sleepy kind of vibe lately, hasn't it? So I got the Wand of Mage Hand to make up for not having hands. I traded all of my tool proficiencies that a character would normally start with for just one, and that is sailing proficiency. So I argued that he doesn't have hands, he wouldn't be able to use tools, but you don't really need hands to sail. Pirates have proved that plenty of times. He could pull the ropes with his mouth, and he could lean on the steering wheel with his paws. And so I traded all tool proficiencies for the sailing proficiency. For sailing expertise, actually. So he has no tool proficiencies, but he has sailing expertise. And I swear it's very necessary. It comes in clutch all the time. He actually owns a boat. It got sunk. He commissioned a new one. So I'm currently waiting for the new ship to be built. I even have spreadsheets where I keep track of our crew and their pay. And like and then that yeehaw was top. I'm glad my yeehaw was satisfactory. I've got some family who live further south, but yeah, me, I'm in New Jersey. I'm from the US. I would love to travel, but I've never had the money to. So I've largely been stuck here. All right, I want to blow up this texture, see how that looks. And let's try some different layer modes to see how it looks over the background blue. Because that's starting to give us a choppy water texture. Oh, that's too bright, but I like it otherwise. He's not from an area that's like super tropical that would have bright waters like that. He's from a city. They'd probably have in D&D canon, he's from the city Luskan, which is a very northern city that would have like dark water because it would be freaking cold, not tropical at all. There wouldn't be a lot of life in it. And on top of that, his background's been tweaked a bit to make him fit into the canon of the homebrew we're playing him in. Sir Pippin! Thank you so much. 3 months. I can't believe it. Thank you, Sir Pippin. My gosh, how has time flown? Can't even believe I've been doing this for this long now. It's been 6 months of streaming. I started streaming 6 months ago. I like Luminosity the most as a starting point. Yeah, just Forgotten Realms, Faerun. He's from the canon city of Luskan, but I am playing him in a homebrew. I've played him in one shots before, but no one's ever allowed me to play him in a campaign until the DM I have now. Some of them didn't want to fight a dog, which, I can't really argue with that. Others didn't understand how I could be a dog. Mechanically speaking, they were confused by how that would work, and they were like, I don't want you to not have hands. That seems like a waste of time. Thank you, thanks. Yeah, I started streaming in late July. But I've gotten a lot of praise on my stream and how it looks like it's been put together for a lot longer than that, which makes me feel really good about myself. Everybody loves that horn. I think that's probably my most used redeem. It makes me happy. I had to dig for that horn noise. I couldn't find any I liked. Yeah, and Luskin is also a big crime city, so I don't imagine the waters would be very clean. I mean, body dumping alone. Let's be real. Body dumping, smuggling, all that sort of stuff would be an issue there. There we go. I should have done the brown and blue separately. It was silly of me not to. Oh yeah, I've been playing 5e for about 10 years now. I always had interest in gaming, and it was something I wanted to try, but I never really knew people to play with until my partner and I started dating, and I met my partner's friends, and my partner's friends all play D&D, and I was like, yes. That's awesome. I hope it goes fantastic, Sir Pippin. What are you playing? What's your race class? Okay, selection tool. Is there a reason? Oh, there it goes. It was just lagging. There we go. Now it's separate, so I won't have to worry about drawing over it on this layer mask. That's not lame. Humans are actually very well statted, and most people who choose not to play them are choosing not to play them because they want to be something more fantastical. And, that's a valid reason if you want to be something very, that you don't have the option to be out in real life. But um, playing a human is still perfectly valid. The variant human block in particular for 5e is very good. Um, Regarding finding D&D groups, if you don't know people in real life, there's Discords. There's different Discord groups for finding D&D groups. And I've had some great experiences in those. But of course, I would suggest you approach that with a grain of salt because there's a lot of weird gamer dudes out there who are either creepy, don't like women in their gaming, blah blah blah. So keep open-minded, but if people give you red flags, you know, don't ignore those. Also, we have an ad break coming up in 4.5 minutes. 4.5 minutes to an ad break. We do ad breaks once an hour to be as non-disruptive as possible. Let me stare at my reference for another second here. Oh, I moved it. Where did I put it? There it is. Yeah, I don't want this background to be distracting from the character, but I definitely want it to have more detail than it has right now. I just kind of wanted a chill stream today. My partner is under the weather and is resting, so it's going to be a bit of a quieter, chiller day. Although I usually try to bring the chill vibes anyway. Dude, the D&D horror stories are real. They're freaking real. It happens in other nerd hobbies too, like LARP. Because I've done that too. It's funny. People never expect me to be a nerd when they look at me because I'm like alternative, and then I open my mouth and the nerdiest shit in the world comes out. All right, I think I'm gonna go through with my favorite watercolor brush and kind of highlight and low light things here. Yeehaw, thank you. I just saw you did like a little promo for me in Lurk's Discord. I really appreciate that. I like hanging out with Lurk, but I don't get opportunity as frequently as I'd like to. Very chill vibes over there. All right, that's looking nice, like a nice color. Let's mess with the opacity a little bit. Oh yeah, when we're playing Baldur's Gate, we get real weird with it. But you know that when you put a bunch of nerds in a room together, weird stuff comes out. You should see some of the stuff that goes on at a LARP. People think that LARPs can't be eventful because it's a bunch of nerds. Oh my god, the stuff that goes on at LARPs is insane. Like, if you've ever been to an anime convention, it's like that on steroids. I really appreciate that, nonetheless. Being newer to Twitch, you know, I'm still finding my scene, finding my audience, and it really every view, every compliment, it means a lot to me. I can hear my roommate yelling through the wall. I bet he's playing Rivals. Kind of just making weird patterns. I don't know exactly what I'm doing right now, if I'm being honest. I'm kind of just fucking around. I haven't drawn water digitally in a while. I'm a traditional artist first, but it's not as easy to stream. I don't have all the cameras and the space, and it's easier to sell. Sir Pippin! Oh my god! Sir Pippin, thank you so much. Sir Pippin! Sir Pippin, you're gonna single-handedly get me to my camp goal. Oh my god. Sir Pippin! Sir Pippin! Oh my god, thank you. We have a goal here to add a camera at 50 subscribers. And Sir Pippin is single-handedly gonna push me to it, I swear. Congrats on your no ads, Chrono. It's nice. I know I hate being advertised too. I'm also working toward putting subscriber discounts on my merchandise. So I'm not 100% sure how to do that yet. It's something I'm trying to figure out how to do. I know it's an option that the merchandise website I use has. I use Fourth Wall. I've got stickers, I've got t-shirts, I've got mugs, I've got cups. I think that's the only quote I have in there right now. Fuck you, New York. It's our statue. I won't let them have it. It's our fucking statue. Yeah, I considered going back through some VODs to add some extras just so just so there's a little variety in the beginning, but I don't know, that feels kind of excessive. I'd rather let it happen authentically, I think. Okay, yeah, I haven't drawn water digitally in far too long, so I'm like, not gonna lie, I'm struggling with this a little bit and trying to remember how I normally do it. Lurker, hello! I was just saying how I love your vibes, but I don't get to hang out often when you're live. I always seem to be busy when you're live. Hello, hello! Welcome in! Thanks for the first time chat. Oh god, I don't want to think about some of the quotes I could pull from the Baldur's Gate run. Even ones from Joey, too. I would just, like, put Joey at the end of the quote to show it wasn't me, but... Oh god, I mean, last time we were shopping for panties, and we saved the life of the panty man so that we could buy panties like that. Oh my god. Lurker, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. I remember when I first found your stream, I like saw that you've got like tarot and magic-y themes to your overlays, and I was like, oh my god, yes, I belong here. Because if you can't tell, I got the same thing going on. Alright, I need bigger than 250 for this. Let's try 350. We're drawing a dog. Thank you. I drew all of I drew all of my overlay myself, including the animations, all that good stuff. And right now we're drawing one of my D&D characters, who's this dog. I play a dog in Dungeons and Dragons because I'm weird like that, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, he's so handsome. I'm working on redrawing him because when I first drew him, I didn't have I didn't have a good computer, and so I drew it on my phone, and it was just like lower quality. This is the old one. It was lower quality. I couldn't do as much with it. I couldn't fit in the level of detail I prefer to fit in, and not only that, but it's like compressed too because I had to blow it up. And I was like, I could do better than this. I could do better than this if I just had a better computer. And guess what? I have a good computer now. So we are redrawing him better this time. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't have a good computer for a long time, so I had to draw a lot of stuff just however I could. Yes, that is my familiar. He is based on a rabbit that I actually owned for 11 years, who was my bestie. He was absolute trouble too, so don't let the cute face fool you. Yeah, I had him for 11 years. He was a fantastic companion, and I wanted to like honor him somehow. I've had a lot of pets over the years, but he was with me through a very difficult time in my life, and it just felt right. Sir Pippin, oh my God, you're going nuts today, Sir Pippin. Thank you, thank you. Hey, I do commissions, so if you did want to get character art from me, I'd be more than happy to do it up for you. I'm capable of a big variety. Let me show you something that's more typical to what I would do. Okay. Sir Pippin has seen this one several times at this point. And we'll be seeing it again. Thanks for the first time chat, Offset Abyss. Nice seeing you here. Okay, yeah, let me new view. Oh, that's the one I already had open. Oops. Hold on. Window, new view. There we go. This is another piece that I drew on stream. 11 is pretty long for rabbits. I didn't get him as a baby either. I got him when he was 2. So he was 13. And that is pretty old for rabbits. Yeah, this is another piece that I did on stream. This is my Triton Storm Sorcerer. Oh, shoot, did it freeze? Hello? I think I have it set to the wrong screen. I have too many monitors. Yeah, it's set to the wrong screen. That's the problem. Yeah, so this is my Triton Storm Sorcerer. He's another favorite character of mine. And I drew this one on stream. So I don't typically draw animals. I usually draw fantasy humanoids. And he's one of my favorites. So that's an example of what I usually end up doing on stream here, that kind of thing. Let me close that up, get back to my puppo. Oh yeah, birds can live a long time. Hey, photography's awesome too. I used to do some photography. I specifically liked doing live event photography though. And so COVID took a huge hit on that. And I kind of decided pursuing it wasn't going to be like fiscally something I could afford. So it's just a hobby now. But I used to do live music and band photography, and that was a lot of fun. I got the most amazing photographs of like drummers and stuff who are notoriously difficult to photograph well. Heck yeah, I'd really appreciate that, Yeehaw. Night photography, that's cool. Yeah, there's more challenge to those kind of low lighting scenarios than people often realize. And to me, concerts were just like challenging in the most fun way because of all the movement and the constant changing in the lights and stuff. I loved photographing concerts. I'm pretty good with Photoshop myself. Although if Offset went to college for that, yeah, I imagine. I never went to college myself. I didn't do well in school, and then they were like, "Here's the option to do more school, but it costs you money." And I was like, "So you want me to do the thing I did badly at and get in debt for it? Yeah, no thanks." I don't feel like that's adding much. I think I just need to kind of do a shadow for the dock and then do some highlights and low lights and things. Offset, we have similar opinions then. I think that your photograph should need minimal editing because that means you've done the best work you can in the studio or behind the lens prior to even getting it into the editing program. That being said, there's always going to be needs for tweaks and things here and there. And photoshopping out blemishes, correcting outfit mistakes, removing a stain somebody didn't realize they had, stupid crap like that. Let's work on the wood texture. I'm more confident in that. And then I'll probably screw around with the water texture off stream. If this was like acrylic paint, I'd bang out some water easily. But again, I'm a traditional artist first, and sometimes that bites me in the ass. Again, though, I'm trying to stick with a tone that's kind of washed out because this is supposed to be worn out old wood that's been just beaten on by the ocean for forever. And I believe I use a hairbrush typically. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work nicely. Oh, sports photography. Yeah, that's very similar to concert photography in that you need to be quick. Usually it's easiest just to have, your multi-shot mode on just in case you miss the timing by a smidge amount or whatever. I love photography. It is such a fun art. And there goes sticky keys again. Shut up, sticky keys. Shut up, sticky keys. I don't want you. Yeah, getting a good action photograph it just feels successful. And that's why photographing drummers was some of my favorite stuff. Drummers are never not moving like crazy, and I got gorgeous photographs of drummers. Oh my gosh, yeah. I I would show some of my photography off, but I did like local bands that would play basement shows and stuff, so if anyone recognized them, I'd be ousting who I am immediately. um I've been to a lot of basement shows. A lot of local punk bands, a lot of small bands, a lot of metal bands just hitting the scene. I love a small show. Like it's thrilling to see giant bands that you love, but it's so much more personal when it's a small band. Yeah, I get what you mean. That's something that a lot of artists I know struggle with. Marketing versus the actual skill set of art are two completely different things. I'm still figuring out how the hell to market myself. It's not easy. It's really not. I've worked at three different professional studios. One was a tattoo studio, one was a ceramics and glass studio, one was an acrylic painting studio. That was just a paint and sip, one of those chain places. Hey, Goddess Whispers, sometimes that'll give you the answers from what I hear. I've never messed with those things because I've got PTSD to begin with. And I was like, yeah, I don't think that's right for me. Yeah. I mean, hey, sometimes those things like really stick. You have like an experience like that sometimes and it just stays with you. I need this on a lower opacity. I like I don't know if I'd say I like chose art. I'm not a job focused person. I'm not somebody who like makes their job their life. I work to support my life outside of work. I don't live for my job. And I wanted something that I wouldn't hate and that wouldn't make me miserable. which with my gay ADHD PTSD ass, it cuts out a decent amount of options, and then on top of that, when you consider I have a heart condition and a blood disorder, cuts out even more options. And and I like I said, I didn't do college. I didn't do well in school. I wasn't gonna spend money to continue to not do well in school. And I didn't want to get in debt for that. So I said, fuck it. Art is the thing that I'm good at that I can do without a degree. I'll try to make something happen of it. And then I became an apprentice at a tattoo shop, and that was going great. And I thought I finally had a direction. And I was like, this is awesome. I can finally make a career out of this. And then COVID happened. So that got, screwed. Um, I also like I back then I was like untreated for my PTSD. I'm still untreated for my ADHD. I just had like too much going on to focus on something like that, and I knew it. So I was like, screw this. Screw this. It's not for me. Yeah, honestly, no one has any idea what they're doing. And I had a rougher start than your average person. Um which it really set me back. And I'm still broke as shit trying to get past that stuff, honestly. That's so cool. That's so cool. But I would rather have work-life balance than wealth. Like that's more important to me. Yeah, yeah, it's always been like a little bit of that for me. Like I never really pictured myself growing up. I had a very miserable childhood. I couldn't even imagine making it to adulthood most of the time. And so like I never really like dreamed about what I wanted to be and stuff like that because I was too busy trying to survive my day to day to even bother. And so next thing I knew, I was an adult, and I'm just like, ah, shit. I guess I'll figure something out. Like, but my parents are my mom is really homophobic. I'm queer as hell. Uh, I mean, I even have my they them pronouns and stuff listed on here. So for a mix of reasons, not just for being queer, but also because my mom's just kind of a shitty person in general. I got kicked out the moment I turned 18, and on top of that, she emptied my bank account, which was not technically illegal because she had one of those parent cosign bank accounts. So she didn't technically rob me. She legally got away with robbing me. And so I had $8 and a shitty pickup truck with a habit of breaking down. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was rough. I lived in my truck for 4 months. Then I found an apartment, and uh, it was really hard to stay on top of money for that stuff because I was already in debt, and I had a part-time minimum wage job, and I'm in a very high cost of living area. But I got stuck working dead end jobs for a long time because I had no good experience, I had no higher education, and I was just desperate for income, trying to keep myself fed, trying to keep my lights on. And it was a real pain in the ass. But I got so burnt out on that kind of shit, and I just had job after job after job that would like promise me things they'd never follow through on, like, oh, just work a little harder and you'll get this great promotion, and then it never happens. Because they're lying to exploit people. They were trying to take advantage of me, getting me to work harder for nothing because they could smell the desperation. Yeah, I didn't actually come out. I got outed. And separately from that, I know you can't see me. I don't have a cam on, but I look gay. There was no hiding it. There was no hiding it. Like even before I figured it out, bullies and stuff were saying like I was queer and blah blah blah, and I'm like, no, I'm not, but I was, and I just didn't know it. It was I am so gay. Like there's no denying it. So when I got that tattoo apprenticeship, I thought I was finally through like the worst of it, and that I'd have more steady work. And then a pandemic happened. So so I'm back on the grind. Trying to figure out how to market my art, what to do with it. I've always been a very strong-willed little shit, and I was like born knowing exactly who I wanted to be. Um, like I have drawings that date back to like middle school in which I drew like what I wanted to look like when I was older, and it's exactly how I dress now. And I just didn't have access when I was younger to the kind of fashions and stuff I wanted because of controlling parents. At least she eventually came around to it. That's nice. It's a common struggle in the community having complicated interpersonal relationships with our parents, because some of them try to understand and they don't. Some don't try at all. Some are too stuck in their ways. Some are too bigoted, and it's a very mutual experience to the queer community, um, to have like a complicated relationship with your parents, even if it is good. Oh, really? You were a marketing consultant? That's really good to know. Actually, I may have to hit you up with questions. Um, I I lack confidence. That's the root of my problem. I lack confidence, and it makes it difficult for me to market myself because I feel like there's so many artists out there who are very talented, and I'm like, what's special about my work compared to what these people have to offer? I'm trying to pull my head out of my ass when it comes to that line of thought, let people make their own opinions. And that's part of why I started a Twitch. I wanted to get my art out there in a new way that I hadn't tried before because the other methods I tried had been unsuccessful, in part because of my lack of confidence. And I thought I want to try something new. What's something I've never tried before? And I thought live streaming. I've never done that. And then I just put together a Twitch. I didn't know anyone on Twitch. I didn't have any accounts that I followed, none of that. I just decided to try it pretty damn spontaneously and started streaming and started watching people and made friends on the platform. And that's part of why I was so shocked that I hit affiliate so quickly. Most people I know who hit affiliate quickly have friends on the platform who helped promote them. And I was very lucky to run into some very kind people who promoted me despite not knowing me at all. They just saw my work, liked it, and promoted me. And that was amazing, you know? Yeah, criticism is hard to handle. Yeah, especially, like as a female person, I was very much and I was raised by traditional parents who have very traditional mindset on like what gender is supposed to mean and how you're supposed to behave based on it and stuff. And I was very much raised to prioritize other people's feelings, a very common experience in womanhood. And and that's still something I'm unlearning. I'm not great at setting boundaries. I'm not great at um like being open about what I need. It's difficult. And it's especially difficult when you've been socialized to put others' needs first, which is something that happens constantly with women. For real, fuck gender roles. We need to abolish gender roles and uplift gender identity. Oh, that's fantastic. Arthritis is as an artist, arthritis is scary. Like it's common, so people don't really think that much about it, I think. But like, man, my art means so much to me. If I struggled with my wrists and stuff, that would suck. So I'm glad your friend has found a workaround. Arthritis is not easy. This wood is starting to come along. I want to give him a shadow before I detail it too much more, because otherwise, I don't want to detail everything, just have it lost in the shadow. Yeah, so I don't know. It's weird when you have a very strong sense of self and you grow up around people who don't want that. They don't want that. I'll definitely have to look into that. That's really awesome that you had friends sign up to support you. Yeah, My roommates all follow me. My partner follows me. My partner's normally in chat also, but I mentioned earlier that they're not feeling well today. They're a little under the weather and they're resting. I admittedly I need to be better about like looking into my options with help with stuff like that, because I'm not gonna lie to you. When I was homeless, I got denied food stamps, I got denied rent aid, I got denied every aid that I applied for. And it really shook my faith in any of that stuff. I know there are good programs out there, you know, but uh man, it is hard to put yourself out there to begin with, and then to put yourself out there and just get hard no'd. It hurt me. It hurt me. Dude, fuck yeah. Stay at home parenting is great. If it's an option, I think that it's one that people should definitely look into. You know, the economy is in fucking shambles, so not everybody can do it, but if you can, it's fabulous. Childcare should not be gendered either. So stay at home parenting is awesome regardless of what you got going on. I think there's like an alternate universe out there in which I like either had or will have children, but not in this one. Unless I like won a very big lotto and the government got really chill really quickly, I don't think it's gonna happen. I think that seems about right. It's not perfect. Yeah, I gotta like I said, I gotta learn to be kinder to myself and and to take people's praise seriously and stuff too. Cause like I'm not gonna lie, my imposter syndrome tells me pretty often that my art actually isn't any good and that I just get praise because my friends are nice to me. Because they're good people. And starting Twitch has helped me to start to step out of that mindset because like I've never had positive attention on my artwork from strangers before. I've only ever had positive attention from friends who were being kind to me. And honestly it's very validating to my imposter syndrome to have strangers who come and hang out with me and compliment my art and tell me that they love my emotes and my overlay and all that stuff. It makes me feel better about myself. Oh, yeehaw, I can only imagine. I can only imagine. Again, that's I could see myself fostering if I got some serious therapy. If I got some serious therapy first. I still have a lot of issues from the way I was raised. Um and I refuse to pass that down on to the next generation. Yeah, for real. And, you know, considering I only started in July, I have about 130 followers. As of right now, I have 15 subscribers, but that's partly because Sir Pippin has just been the kindest as always. Sir Pippin, I appreciate the hell out of you. You single handedly helped my confidence. I hope you know that. But don't make that an obligation to hang out in my streams either. I respect that you have a life. Just to be clear. Just to be clear. Yeah, that's something I've kind of discussed when I've tried some therapy. I did some therapy, but I never had a good therapist, and so I never stuck with it. I had a lot of therapists who tried to minimize my trauma. I had therapists who tried to argue with me that I should not be no contact with members of my family who abused me. They're like, "Oh, you should make amends, you should forgive them, blah blah blah." And I'm like, "I was literally abused into having PTSD. No thanks." Um, Yo, you know I'm on those chatbots. Yeah, yeehaw, that's the kind of thing you need to be able to have your resources to manage that. And like I wouldn't say I'm emotionally unstable, but I have bad days frequently enough that I would not want to bring a child into that. I would not want to bring a child into that. It's not a part of myself that I'm proud of. It's parts of myself that I'm working on, you know? We all have those. And I would not want a child to have to deal with that on a daily basis. My nieces and nephews who I visit are absolutely fabulous, and since I don't see them frequently enough, I've never had to worry about bringing that kind of energy into their lives. But if I had a child around every day, oof, I don't know if I could do it. Oh, Sir Pippin, you've got Crohn's. My partner doesn't have Crohn's, but has something that is very similar to Crohn's. So I can understand your struggle quite well because I'm constantly having to work with dietary restrictions and stuff as a result. And genetically, oh my god. My partner and I agree that if we had a child, that child would be a disaster. And so if we ever do find ourselves in the position to have children, we would rather adopt. It's not IBS. It's like a couple things that combine to be similar to Crohn's, but my partner can't have any red meat. My partner has a lot of allergies. It's a whole thing. Hey, happy little accidents sometimes happen sometimes. And it sounds to me like you went into it with the right mentality. And yeah, Goddess Whispers regarding like self-awareness. That's something I've always tried to have because my mother is one of those narcissists that just does not think other people's perspectives are real. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to be like that. I can't stand that shit. And I really try to take other people's perspectives and feelings into account. But then sometimes I go overboard with it and I forget to consider myself. So but yeah, if my partner and I had a kid, they wouldn't have working joints, they wouldn't have a working stomach, they wouldn't have a working cardiovascular system. Like, I'm not putting that on a child. Somehow my niece managed to avoid the blood disorder that runs in the females of my family, and I'm very happy about that. I don't like genetically that was unlikely, but it happened, and I'm really happy she doesn't have to put up with it. God, this album is so good. As soon as this came out and I listened to it, I was like, "Oh shit, this is an instant favorite. This is an instant favorite." I wasn't sure how 21 Pilots would like top their previous albums, and then I listened to this and I was like, "Oh shit, they did it. They did it big time." I'm just softening these shadows a bit. Looks a little nicer. I tried to consider dogs that were historically accurate to the time period of Dungeons and Dragons as well, but I realized that gave me very limited options and I quickly gave up on that. Part of me also considered doing like a teacup dog because I thought it would be hilarious if I could just go through gaps and fences and spy on people. But playing a tiny character is mechanically a pain in the ass, and this character is already mechanically a pain in the ass, so I didn't want to make it even worse. Ooh, Aussies are good dogs. I grew up with a golden retriever, so I'm biased toward them. I think they are wonderful, wonderful dogs. But honestly, I love most dogs. I'm more of a cat person. Um, I love cats, but I love dogs too. I'm not like one of those people that thinks you have to pick a side. I'm bisexual about it. Bisexual about cats and dogs. Oh god. Don't take that out of context. I love a good mutt. I adopt animals. I'm completely adopt don't shop. Um so like I usually have ended up with a lot of like mutts and dogs that we just have no idea what the hell they are. But I grew up with a golden retriever before my family realized that puppy mills are not a good thing. Just blending in some general shadows just because it's too bright. They could be from like boats that are just off screen or something. Also helps add distance. Is skipper key? I don't know if I'm familiar with that kind. And yeah, Goldens, they're in terms of like their behavior, never met a better dog. Never met a better dog breed. Um like obviously, you know, behavior to breeds isn't a one-to-one. Dogs are always going to have their own personalities, but I've never met an angel that wasn't a sweetheart. An angel, a golden that wasn't a sweetheart. They're always the sweetest, friendliest, like most nannying dogs. I adore them. I adore them. I also love a lot of the like controversial dog breeds. I feel really bad that some breeds are associated with being violent or something because of like bad ownership. So I love pit bulls. I love Rotties. Um, a German Shepherd attacked my mom once. I still love them. I might even love them more for it. um, fucked up family issues aside. Um, I love dogs, and I think that bad owners are much more of an issue than bad dogs are. Maine Coons are awesome. I used to have a cat that we think was part Maine Coon, but he was also a rescue. Um, we just thought so because he was huge. He was really big. Like I'm a tall person. I have a long torso. I'm 5'10", um, which is it's on the tall side. I don't know. I meet a lot of people who are a lot taller than me, but people are like, wow, you're tall. Um, and that cat, when he would be in loaf position, his front paws would be on my collarbone and his back paws would be all the way at like the bottom of my pelvis, and he'd just lay on my chest. And he was freaking enormous. I loved that cat. He was huge and gray. A big gray boy. Adding a bit of a highlight toward the front to give it the illusion that it's like coming toward you and not just flat. Kune kune pigs. Kune kune. That sounds, I want to say that that sounds Polynesian or some sort of islander. Pacific Islander specifically, I mean. I just looked them up. They're really cute. I gotta look up the dog breed still. I'm about to do that. Oh my gosh, they're so cute. I love pigs. Uh a fun fact about me, the dumbest thing I've ever done drunk was a handful of months ago when I first started using Twitch. And I went to a party and I was kind of tipsy, and then they brought out booze that had glitter in it, and I'd never considered that putting glitter in booze would make me drink faster and make me drunker, but I got really drunk. And then at this party, they rented a service that brought micro pigs to the party for like 2 hours. And I got really drunk and sat in a little pen with micro pigs, like squealing about how cute they were and taking a million pictures. And then I sent those pictures to some of my favorite streamers. Just like drunk out of my mind. And like these people are not people I've spoken to much outside of stream. This was like my first time DMing these like 3 or 4 separate streamers, and it was just a bunch of drunk blurry pics of micro pigs. I like, you know, if that's the worst thing I've done drunk, I'm doing something right, but It was really funny. Oh my god, those dogs are so cute. My sister's dog kind of looks similar. My sister's dog is a Spitz, so it's like a white floofier version of that. We have an ad break in 5 minutes. An ad break in 5 minutes. It's gonna be 3 minutes. We only do ads once an hour here. Yeah, that looks like the black version of my sister's dog, and I love that. I would love to have rats. I love rats. Let me see. I can probably dig up those micro pig pics. I sent them on Discord, so let me launch that real quick. Like I said, I was really drunk. I even sent them to like some of them I sent to like the group discords that the streamers have, and I sent them in like the wrong channels. like, like one had like a general conversation and then like general video games, and I just saw the general, and I clicked general video games and sent a bunch of little pig pictures. Pigs are so intelligent. Pigs are so intelligent. It drives me nuts when people disrespect them. I think they're incredible animals. People just think of them as being dirty, and it's a shame. Hold on. I'm trying to find these piggy pictures now. Completely derailed. It's fine. Okay, I found it. I also have this on streamer mode, so it's okay for me to show this. This is Rough Cut Collective, which is a Discord that's shared by a few streamers. Hold on. I have this set to the wrong screen. I need to change the capture. Okay, there. Yeah, I sent a bunch of pics of micro pigs. Aren't they so cute? Look at how tiny they are. I even look. I'm at a party and there's micro pigs. Send help. Like, some people got different pictures. Some people got more pictures. Some people got less pictures. These were just the ones I was able to find the fastest. They're so cute. I love piggies. I love their cute little snoots, and I love their pointy little ears. They got little goblin ears. and oh my gosh, I love their little feet. They got them cute little hooves. I don't know, something about really tiny hooves is very cute. Yeah, you tell them, Yeehaw. These pigs are not for eating. Fuck them up, Yeehaw. Okay, now I need more of a shadow on the water, I think. To show like the dock shadow. Let's do a little bit of a shadow in there. And then I'm gonna kind of just keep going back and forth. Yeah, that's the thing. People don't realize how big those fuckers get. A lot of people think they'll stay teeny tiny forever. Pigs get huge. So micro pigs also get huge. They're still smaller than regular pigs. People who are like, micro pigs are a scam. No, they're still smaller than regular pigs. It's just that regular pigs are a lot larger than people realize. Okay, that looks nice. Yeah, like there are smaller pig breeds, and like when people say micro pigs, it's is it a misleading term? Yeah, but they're talking about smaller pig breeds. They're not, they're still smaller than full size pigs. I have I was just rambling about something related to Baldur's Gate that I feel relates to this. They described uh Enver Gortash as a handsome younger man. And when people saw what he looked like finally, after getting out of early access when the full game was released, they said, "What do you mean, young man? He doesn't look like a young man." And it's no, they didn't say young man, they said younger man. And they said younger in comparison to Ketheric Thorm, who is very much older than Gortash. So like Micro Pig is kind of a similar weirdness there that yes, they are much smaller than normal pigs, but normal pigs are a lot bigger than most people realize. That's adorable. I love pigs. Yeah, I've never heard of the kune kune before. But yeah, I did a lot of research into uh various Pacific Islander cultures for Dungeons and Dragons because I have a country that is inspired by those cultures. And I always like to pull from multiple cultures because I never want to I never want to accidentally parody or satirize one real life culture. And so when you pull from a mix of influences, it's kind of like easier to have an inspired by thing instead of something that ends up turning into a stereotype incidentally. Hold on, Crit is lagging on me. Let's give it a second. It's okay, Krita. Take your time. Oh, there it goes. That's starting to look pretty good. Let's see. How did the old one look? Yeah, in the old one I used some photo textures also. So I'm not gonna get it as perfect as it was, but I want this one to be completely hand drawn. Where in the other ones I used some existing texture overlays. Let me switch back to my proper screen now that I'm not showing off micro pigs. Especially because I just finished redoing this overlay and I'm very happy with how it came out. I'm very happy with how it came out. I think it looks so pretty. Yeah, I would love to one day own a couple pigs. I'd like to like have a homestead if it were ever possible. I know that like homesteading is really trendy right now for a variety of reasons. Having experienced like homelessness and poverty and stuff myself, I'm into the idea of homesteading. Um, and I would love to have like some chickens, some pigs, just for shits and giggles, not as like meat pigs or anything. Just because I like them. I want to have a hedgehog someday. I want to have a snake someday. Preferably a hognose. I think hognoses are so cute. And hognoses have like dietary requirements that I can work with. Where some snakes, I don't think I could do like a really big snake that needs to be fed like really big things. I think that would upset me. Um, but they make little sausages for snakes. So if you have a snake and you don't want to give it like mice, you can give it a little sausage, and I think that's really funny. I gotta shade that collar; it's throwing me off. That's like the gold. I guess I saved for last for some reason. I don't know why. That line art is flawed too. I can tell I did this on my old tablet. This new tablet is great. I love it. See, your wife and I have similar values. I don't think I'd be I think I could deal with a scorpion, but my partner wants a spider, like a tarantula, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't think I could do that. like I love you, and I know that it's just arachnophobia. I know that it's not rational, but I don't think I could do that. No worries, no worries. Yeah, I really love pigs, and part of the reason I was able to guess that that was Polynesian was because I researched those cultures a lot for D&D. I have a country in my D&D setting that is inspired by Polynesian cultures and a few different cultures. Polynesian culture, uh I pulled influence from Southeast Asia also, the coastal countries in Southeast Asia. Um Historically those cultures, Pacific Islanders and Southeast Asian coastal cultures have a lot of overlap, and I believe they are historically linked. That Pacific Islanders, at some point, sailed from that region of the world, um, but like long enough ago that they're like separate cultures and races and stuff today. Very interesting stuff. I think it's such a beautiful culture, such a beautiful set of cultures, and yeah, I put a lot of research into like the Hawaiian language, and a few other languages out of that region for naming things, and um a few other purposes, really. Yeah, like it's silly to say, but it's completely true. The movie Moana made me cry simply out of culture envy. Um like I'm one of those like white Americans that was raised with very little culture, and I genuinely envy that some people have such beautiful cultures and that I feel like I got nothing. Okay, I need to make this bigger now. That's so fun. Pua? Yeah, that's so fun. Moana is such a good movie. I really liked Coco too. I don't watch a lot of modern Disney because fuck the mouse. Um, but those were really good. Although I've yet to see any of their quote unquote live action movies, and I say it that way because a lot of them were just CGI, not live action. Let's not kid ourselves. But I have not seen any of them yet, and that was by choice. I don't want to be resold my childhood. If I'm feeling nostalgic for the movies, I'm gonna watch the original damn movies. I don't need remakes personally. But I there's one that they can get me on, and that's if they get Danny DeVito in a satyr suit for a Hercules live action remake. I'm gonna have to see that. I'm gonna have to see that. I can't, you know? I love Danny, and if they get him in a satyr suit, oh my god. I'll probably even go see that in theaters. Goddess Whispers, I'd love that. Thank you so much. I will definitely hit you up. I don't know about tomorrow. I've got chores and things to catch up on. But I might send you a few questions or ask like what a good getting started situation looks like for someone like me. I would really appreciate advice. And that's one thing I'm trying to do more, ask for advice and accept advice more. Um I really appreciate you stopping by. Thank you so much. I'll see you next time you're live if we don't talk tomorrow. Or I'll catch you on Discord soon. I know we've got a couple questions back and forth for each other going on in there. By the way, Goddess Whispers is a streamer. She's new to streaming, but she's fabulous, and I would suggest you follow her. Of course, Goddess Whispers, of course. Goddess Whispers does crochet alongs and gaming. Very fun variety stream to watch. And it's always fun to be there from the get go. Oh, you're doing crochet tomorrow, that's right. I'll probably at the very least drop you a lurk, depending on how busy I end up being. This is a streamer friendly space, so if anybody here streams, please let me know about it. I'd love to come check out your stream, follow you back. I would not have made it this far this quickly without without the aid I've gotten from other streamers, namely Painted King. I have to shout him out every time. Painted King single-handedly got me to affiliate in 3 months, 90 days. I stumbled across his stream through a chat in a streamer we both follow. We both follow John McLaren IRL. I came across him in that chat, and he was talking about his art, and I was like, man, that sounds cool. I'd love to check it out. I'm gonna give you a follow. Followed him, caught him next time he was live. Coolest guy in the world. Freaking love that guy. And I was looking at my statistics recently. Painted King. I'll send the username. Um, Painted King. Thanks for hanging out, Yeehaw. I really appreciate you hanging out and coming in and chatting for the first time. I hope to see you around. You have a wonderful night, and give your piggies a scritch for me, please. But yeah, Painted King, I gotta give him a shout out, because genuinely, I started streaming in July. I met him very briefly after that. I loved his art, and I was like, dude, your art's amazing. You inspire me. And I sent him a couple things I drew because he was like, hey, I want to see what you've done too. And he promoted the shit out of me. And I was looking at my statistics the other day, and approximately 75% of my followers also follow Painted King. So he legitimately handed me affiliate. Like, I don't know how else I can say that. And I try to shout him out and give him credit, and he's too freaking humble to take it because he's just a sweetheart like that. But he's my favorite streamer here on Twitch. I never miss a Painted King stream. When he's on, you can find me in his chat. I'm gonna zoom in for you guys a little bit because I feel like it's hard to see what I'm doing right now. Just look at that handsome gentleman. Gonna put it like there since I'm working on the gold right now. Those are the cutest emotes. I love dogs. I just love animals. I'm not a people person. I'm an animal person. I'm a geese goose. Doing a little bounce light. Coloring the buckle right now, if it's hard for you guys to tell. I prefer not to have it zoom in and out with me, because otherwise I'm moving it so much. Yeah, seriously, I'm always like, oh my god, can I pet your dog? Does your dog like to be pet? Can I pet your dog? A lot of people walk their dogs around here too, so I just like watch them walk by. Sometimes I just like stare out the window. And I bet I look like some kind of freak. Just staring. I'm just looking at their dogs. Okay, that buckle's looking good. Let's play around with the little hook I've got holding the rope some more. I tried to make his pouches, like, somewhat dog-friendly. Like, some of them he'd need a hand to open, but I think he'd be able to manage most of them with his little mouth. And I think I need one more brighter tone to really pop some of these highlights too. But we're getting there. Yeah, every time. Can I pet your dog? Can I pet that dog? How's your dog? Is your dog friendly? Can I pet it? Like, and then I pet the dog and I completely ignore the person. I'm like, I'm not here for you. I'm here for your dog. And I pet the dog. And then at most I'll be like, thanks. And then I leave. I'm not here to talk to you. I'm here to pet your dog. Okay, I'm getting an even brighter highlight in there just to really emphasize it in the brightest spots. Also, Painted King, if you're lurking, ha! I shouted you out and there's nothing you can do about it. I love his mustache emote. He was like, should I get rid of it now that I'm growing out like a beard? He's not even sure if he's gonna keep the beard, but he's like, should I get rid of it since I'm not rocking a mustache right now? And I'm like, don't you fucking dare. When he did that Lego challenge, he did he did a Lego challenge where he said he was gonna build a whole Rivendell Lego set in one stream, and homie did not know what he was signing up for. And he said if he didn't finish it in one stream, then he was gonna shave his mustache. And I kept threatening him. The whole stream. It ended up being 25 and a half hours. Like, I went to bed with it on, I woke up with it on, and the whole time I kept sending this emote combo to threaten his mustache specifically. I kept sending that to be like, you're gonna lose the mustache, man. You're gonna keep building, man. Keep building. You need the mustache. I was laughing my ass off. I thought I was very funny. Then again, I don't think anybody laughs at my jokes more than I do. But he didn't realize at first that I was threatening his stash with it, and when he did realize, he was laughing his ass off. He was like, "Oh my god, are you holding the chainsaw to my mustache?" And I'm like, "Yes, keep building." And yeah, that stream ended up being about 25 hours, give or take. That dude's crazy. He was like, "Oh, it's just Rivendell. It's not that big of a deal." I was like, "It's thousands of pieces." All right, there's some extra shadows on that guy. I'm shadowing the collar now. Yeah, the Rivendell set is massive. Massive. He did not realize what he was getting himself into. He did not realize, I'll tell you that. I mean, the freaking roof tiles are individual pieces. And the armrests on the chairs were little sausages. That made me laugh. They have very clever reuses for their molds and stuff. Like, the artistry that goes into Lego is very impressive. Oh, also, the new map for Marvel Rivals has a Fisk building in it. And so that makes me think that they're even more inclined to add Daredevil in March when the new show comes out. And I can't fucking wait. Yeah, yeah. In the Midtown map, one of the buildings you walk through is a building with Fisk's name on it. And I'm like, oh, you gotta give me Daredevil. I swear, they're teasing me. I mean, the Punisher's in it. The Punisher's in it. Come on. Where's Daredevil? Why is this villain in it? But he isn't yet. I mean, the Punisher's really iconic on his own, but he's a Daredevil villain. Dude, if they add Fisk, I hope it's like the cartoon bowling ball ass Fisk. Just like the widest Fisk. Like one of Groot's walls, but it's just Fisk. Why do they keep making him so wide? Every cartoon edition of him gets a little bit more widescreen. If they were to base it off the TV show, it'd be based off Vincent D'Onofrio, though, which he's awesome. I wouldn't be opposed to that. He's a fantastic Kingpin. And I know he's coming back for the new show. Um, I know Vanessa's coming back for the new show. His girlfriend. I know they got the same Karen Page. They got the same Foggy Nelson, which I was really pumped about because I thought his real name's Eldon. I think. I thought he was fantastic. I thought he was the perfect Foggy. But a lot of people didn't like him. And for the dumbest reasons. So fuck those people. I was kind of nervous they'd give the position to somebody else because he wasn't very popular with the fans, but the fans were just being dicks. I'm being honest. The fans were just being dicks. Like I don't know if you saw all the people talking shit about him, Sir Pippin. I saw a lot of it on Reddit, and you know, he's he's pretty famous. He's pretty out there. But Sir, I think your name is Eldon. I can look it up right now, but I feel like that's just extra awkward. You're talented, man. You're a fantastic Foggy Nelson. If you ever hear this, thumbs up. Two thumbs way the fuck up. Three thumbs. I'll grow a third fucking arm. I loved him. I thought he was a perfect Foggy. I thought he had fantastic chemistry with the rest of the cast. I thought he really captured that like wholesome silly guy vibe that Foggy has going on without being too silly. Like he was still taken seriously as a character. I loved it. And fans who were talking shit about him, shut up. But yeah, if you didn't see it, a lot of people were saying that he's too ugly and that it's distracting. And I'm like, y'all need to stop with the Hollywood ass shit. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of these people who have so much plastic surgery they can't even emote trying to be actors. It's Yeah, they really can be weird about that kind of shit. And yeah, my partner just mentioned what I was about to mention, which is the what's her name? Starlight? Uh yeah, the chick from the boys. She was beautiful and she got a ton of plastic surgery done. And like plastic surgery is a tool. It can be good, it can be bad. Too much is bad. And she's an actress and her face doesn't move anymore. But yeah, people were saying he was too ugly, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Trying to throw in a few bounce lights now. Plus, also, like, if you put most men next to Charlie Cox, they're not gonna look as good. Just saying. Yeah, I recently finally deactivated my Facebook and like my old personal Instagram. I hadn't used either in years, but I just had them sitting there to like hold my pictures and stuff. And I finally deactivated them. I was like, this shit's a waste of my fucking time. Like I kind of miss when social media was first invented and it was genuinely just a way to keep up with your friends. Like that was Facebook's glory days when I could check Facebook and see updates on how my friends are doing and reach the end and then be like, okay, I'm done. Remember when you could reach the end of the new updates on Facebook? Pepperidge Farm remembers. I remember being like, okay, that's all my friends' updates. I've seen these already. Time to sign off. I do have an Instagram for yeah. See, you remember the end of Facebook. Also, do you remember when dry hump was an option for poking? I remember. You used to be able to dry hump people on Facebook. No one talks about that anymore. But yeah, that was when I liked social media, when it was a way to keep up with your friends. And I yeah, there used to be different options for pokes. And one of them was dry hump. That was back in the days of Facebook being like just for college students, when you had to have a college email to have it. That was a real thing. You could hump people on Facebook. You could also, there was an option to throw a sheep at people. Yeah, yeah, isn't that crazy? Yeah, I'm sure that didn't get used well most of the time. I'm willing to bet. But yeah, that was an option once, and yeah, I miss the friendly aspect. Like, I still doom scroll on Reddit more than I'd prefer, but like I feel like I have some level of control over what I'm seeing on Reddit more than I do on like Facebook and Instagram, which I prefer. Like, if I get tired of the politics and I unfollow the political communities just because I need a break, then I know I can have a break and I can go on there and look at art instead. But on Facebook and Instagram, you unfollow that shit, they're just giving you more. I do have I do have a Maker's Mantle Instagram for this account for my art. I haven't posted much to it yet. I'm kind of trying to get a bit of a backlog and then schedule some posts. Because I don't even really want to look at Instagram, honestly. It's decent for advertising yourself as an artist. I don't know. With some of these social media bans that are being speculated, it's kind of hard to say right now. I never had much success on Instagram alone, but I figured if Instagram kind of acts as a gallery for like my Twitch, then that could work. Oh god. Oh god. That man has never done anything original in his life. That man just pays for other people's ideas and runs them into the ground. People are like, he's a genius. And not only that, but he has made it expressly clear time and time again, as recently as last Halloween, that he wants to be Tony Stark. And I cannot emphasize enough. I've talked a lot at length on this channel about how I love comic books and about how Tony Stark is one of my favorite characters. No one should want to be Tony Stark. Did I say that loudly enough? No one should want to be Tony Stark. He has committed war crimes. He barely falls on the line of anti-hero. And putting hero in that is a stretch. You should not want to be Tony Stark, man. That's not a good goal to have. That's I love Iron Man, but fuck out of here, bro. I love him because he's fake. I don't want the real life version. I really don't. Although I wouldn't mind Musk getting some of his own bombs thrown at himself. That might be funny. But again, they wouldn't even be his own bombs. They'd be somebody else's. Because he can't make anything himself. He's only ever stolen other people's ideas. And people are like, oh my god, he's a genius. And I'm like, oh my god, how are you so stupid? At least Tony Stark has his own fucking ideas. That man's actually smart, even if it was all founded on money he was adopted into. Because again, if you don't know, Tony Stark's adopted. People always ignore that. He's adopted. He was not born to his parents. He was adopted. Tony Stark was adopted, and the Hulk tried to blow up his school. Spoiler warning, jeez. For comics that came out decades before either of us were born? I know your approximate age, Sir Pippin. You're only a little bit older than me. I won't let anyone forget that Tony Stark is a piece of shit and that Bruce Banner almost blew up his school on purpose. Technically, technically as a result of his undiagnosed dissociative identity disorder. Uh but that's a whole can of worms. While I don't prefer the mental illness scary stereotype, I think that overall Bruce is well written enough that I kind of give it leeway. All right, I gotta zoom out on this. I've been looking too closely at it, and I can't tell if it looks good enough from further away. That's getting those shadows and highlights in there. I think I can push it a little bit more. Kind of really define that shape a little bit. Push those reflection highlights. They really buried the. Thank you. Yeah, he definitely looks more vibrant in this one than in the cell phone version. But they really buried the whole Hulk trying to blow up his school thing successfully, huh? A lot of people don't even know that about the character. Yeah, it's definitely less washed out. It's too washed out on the old one. I'm excited to make this into a new token too. Have a new token for my character. I think for making this into a token, I'm gonna have to do some tweaks because when it's shrunken down into token form, it might not be very clear. I'm gonna have to brighten his face a little more, I think. I just had to choose a black dog. I thought it would be funny because he'd be like sneakier that way. You know, he could like hide in the shadows. Um, but it makes it harder to turn into a token because the dark colors kind of get muddied when it's shrunken down like that. Why's my phone blowing up? Calm down, bro. I keep saying it's tonight, but this album just hits so hard. All right, I brightened the bounce lights a little bit, and I think I can push those shadows a tiny bit more too. Let's just Crita's auto saving on me. Let's give it a second. This is a big file since it has the flat versions and stuff too. Hold on, I've got a random line, and I'm trying to check if this is something I threw in or if it's a glitch. It's totally a glitch. Because it's only showing up on one of my screens. Let me try relaunching the drawing. Alright, I saved and reopened it, and that worked out. In case you guys are wondering why you can't see that stuff, I have two Critas open. One is the one I'm actually drawing in, one is the one you guys are watching. All right, let me be real with you guys for 1 second. I gotta pee. um, my next ad break isn't supposed to be for 10 minutes, but I'm gonna run it now and run to the bathroom. I'm gonna do that. I'll be right back. And then we should have like an hour and 10 minutes without another ad. I'll be right back, guys. Thank you for sticking around. All right, I'm back. Let me just get my drawing gloves back on. Hello, front. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Kurt is actually even starting to warn me that this is getting a bit large. Because again, I've got I've got the one that we're working on right now, which is the full color version, the backdrop for it, which is in 2 separate groups right now, and the alternate versions, which includes the flat color, a grayscale, and a sketch version. So those are all still in here too, with their own respective layers. Not as flat images. But look how cute he looks. He's so handsome. He's a little pup. He's a little puppo. I know. I realized what you were doing. I was being just as lame back, but even lamer, if I'm being honest. Sir Pippin, do you ever watch Saturn Blaster? He's one of the streamers I watch, and he has a redeem to do a dad joke, and I give him shit for them every single time. Even though I make just as many bad puns. Alright, let me switch back to this. Yeah, I have the full color version with the background, which is currently on 2 folders. I've got the flat color version. I still need to give him his nose scar. Saturn Blaster. He's a great streamer, and he is a redeem just for dad jokes. Yeah, sweet. I spelled it correctly because I was watching him play Indiana Jones the other day. I was like, he doesn't have an underscore, right? I think it's just the words. Yeah, Saturn has he has a joke book that he got for Christmas. That's just nothing but lame dad jokes, and he added a redeem to read them out. And he has another redeem that plays like a micro snippet of a song where it goes, "This bitch," and I play that every time he makes one of his lame jokes because I'm an ass. So yeah, there's the flat color version I did. There's the grayscale version. And there's the sketch version. I think the sketch is particularly handsome for him. Saturn's a great guy. I highly suggest checking him out. He's a college student from Canada. I know he went for game dev stuff the first time, but I think he's studying marketing or something now. I gotta give him his nose scar. I gotta add the accessories to his collar. I based it off the Dungeons and Dragons headband of intellect, which has like pearls and purple gemstones, maybe amethysts on it. Let me do that. And then do that. And now I can see those little details and get them on the next one. I need to do his earring too. I can't believe I forgot his earring. That's such a vital part of his character. It's in his backstory. The pirates pierced his ear when they officially accepted him as like a sailor among them. Yeah, he's not a pirate himself, but he is accepted by the pirates, and that's enough, frankly. Hold on, actually, since I had to reboot my drawing, I need to fix this view too. It's no longer up to date with what I'm doing. Is it? I have 2 options for it now, which is okay. Okay, it's this one. Or no, it's the other one. Shoot. New view. That one. Yes. Okay. Okay. There we go. There we go. No, don't save that change. Okay, that layer has my stitches on it. I think I can also do the scar and earring on the same one. Don't see why not. Whoa, liminal. Welcome in. Let me zoom in on these deets for you. I have the flat color version on top just to give you those details. So it looks a little bit more dull right now than it will when it's done. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with your notifications. Double check both your app settings and the Twitch settings because you can turn off certain streamers' notifications as well. Like if there's somebody you just casually follow and it's like if they're on what you're on, you'll go see them, then you don't need to have notifications on. Also, I've been telling anyone who will listen about how I think Mr. Fantastic looks like Nolan Krasinski. And most people have agreed. Most people have been like, damn, you're right. I don't know. I'm not normally good with faces like that, which is hilarious because I'm a portrait artist. So, like, I am good with faces, but not in that way. I'm not good at being like, hey, you know who you look like? Like, that's not. I don't know. But man, Nolan Krasinski. I can't unsee it. I saw it right away. Kind of makes me wonder if it's like somewhat intentional. Like it's that spot on for me. I wanted this character to have a scar for a few different reasons. Partly because with having grown up as a stray, and having lived on the streets, it adds to his backstory. Um, and separately from that, considering that his intelligence and his capability of speech comes from wearing headband of intellect in the way I have him written, although my DM tweaked that because he had concerns about that, which, frankly, I had the same concerns. Anti-magic would prevent him from being able to speak, for example. So my DM tweaked his backstory a little bit, which is all well and good. And I really love the direction my DM's gone in with it. So I'm stoked, frankly. But considering a headband of intellect can be removed, and that would effectively return him to a regular ass dog and render him incapable of speech, I wanted him to have some sort of identifiable marking so that you would be able to tell him specifically apart from other dogs of the same breed, and particularly old dogs, since he's got the white in his snout as well. The synopsis for his motivations is to show the world that an old dog can learn new tricks. I thought a little scuff on the nose would be perfect because it's on the face, it's very identifiable, it would not blend in with fur, and it looks like he sniffed at something that he shouldn't have been a little too intensely and cut himself, which completely fits his backstory. He's a little bit of a dumbass. I love him. He's the smartest dog in the world, but he's still an idiot. You know, I saw somebody with a VTuber that was just a cat the other day, and I never considered just how wild you can get with VTubers, because most of the ones I've seen are, like, anime girls. And I like them. I'm not talking shit on that, but a cat kind of made me like, huh, you can really make a VTuber anything, huh? What if I made Stay a VTuber? God, that would be so much work. A drunkard put it on him to see what would happen. That's in my backstory. That's how he got the headband of intellect. Which I based the collar design off of the canon design for what the headband of intellect looks like, and this is what that looks like. This is the Dungeons and Dragons canon design for what a headband of intellect looks like. So I imagine that, like, the chain is probably broken or, like, around the side of his neck, that little, like, circlet chain thing. And then I tried to imitate the shapes of it. I did simplify it a bit because when this is a token, it's going to be very small. And then I didn't draw in the chains, but I have, like, a chain brush that I can just crank that right out with, so no use drawing individual links. But yeah, that was me trying to simplify the shapes of the canon headband of intellect. That looks like this. You know, when I added that full screen, I wasn't sure what I was going to use it for. And I was like, I'm going to make it because I feel like I'll come up with something. I'm really glad I made it. Hey, Sir Pippin, remember the first time you heard this song come on my stream and you were like, his computer thinks he's what? I love this band. I love this band. I think that's coming along nice. It does. They're a little bit of a mixed bag since they're like they're still a band, but they started in the 90s. And so some of their songs have some wording and stuff that is admittedly like problematic, but would have just been completely overlooked in that time. But frankly, no worse than a lot of the shit that was on the radio. You know what I mean? But overall, I would say that they have generally positive messages, and when it's not a positive message, it's usually something filthy and kinky. Um, they have a lot of filthy music too. Yeah, I like how the scar came out. I used like a little spattery brush to make it look a little jagged. I think I want to blend out where it meets his nostrils a little bit. Let's do that. Yeah, I like that. Gives them a little personality, I think. Also, doing the dashes for the fur texture took so long. I did that on New Year's Eve. I was not sober. I think it looks fabulous, though. I think it's a great way to texture short fur. Because, like, fur is very much its own beast regarding texture. And short fur and long fur are so different, too. And like I almost feel like I'm generally better at long fur because it's more like hair. And I draw hair on people all the time, but I don't draw a lot of animals, which is it's surprising because I love animals. I'm a huge animal person, but I don't draw them a lot. I think I just like how expressive the human face gets, and that's not to say that animal faces can't be, but there's a reason that cartoons distort animal faces to look more human. You know, it reads better. It reads better, I think. God damn it, I booped my tablet and this is what happens. Just got yeet. Okay. Wait, what the heck? Why did the Mighty Fall just come on twice back to back? I mean, I like the song, but no. No. What the heck? And I checked like 8 million times for doubles, and I swear to God, there's no double of the Mighty Fall. feel like I'm gonna hate myself for this decision, but I really would like to hand draw these pearls and not use the circle tool. This song is so flawlessly petty. The line, I came down to wish you an unhappy birthday, fucking gets me every time. I came down to crash your beggar's banquet. Someone call the ambulance. There's gonna be an accident. Like, could you be more petty? I love it. Man, based on his Wikipedia, a lot of shit happens. So, like, this is the same band that writes about a lot of filthy shit and a lot of drugs. So, like, you know, you can't help but jump to conclusions after decades of this. But I also live for how petty this shit is. Sometimes it's a mood that you just need to feel like a petty little bitch, and this is your song when you're feeling like a petty little bitch. Hey, Steel Buffalo, how are you doing? I'm drawing a dog. Ooh, fun. Enjoy Jackbox. Thank you for the lurk. Picking the right off white is like alarmingly difficult. Alright, there's the details of his jewelry. I have to shade them, but they're all based out. And I need to texture the rope also. And then when that's done, I want to do like some final tweaking on background lighting to make sure that it matches with all the other items' highlights. Generally, the direction of light is coming from like in front of his chest. But metal has weird bounce highlights, so it's kind of wily on metal. And there's a few cases where like the pocket dips in and it's like sunken, so it's shaded even though that's like technically the angle of the light. It's a little bit about playing both with the perspective with lighting and like the actual lighting direction. Put them like that. And probably want to use this one for the rope. Dude, satyrs are so good too. I also restat them for well, I don't restat them. I use their stat block for fawns also. Cuz like same difference, horns versus antlers. Nexus does have some great mods. And I appreciate how quickly they worked to get rid of like some of the problematic ones that were popping up with BG3. Yeah, there's a few particular mods I'm rooting that somebody really goes out of the way for. Because I don't know how to do any of that stuff. But if somebody adds Triton into the game, I would be so stoked. So stoked. I haven't seen one yet. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. But I want Triton so I can play my Storm Sorcerer. That's all I want. I don't expect to be able to play this guy. Dog mod? I don't know about that. But but let me be my Triton Storm Sorcerer. Yeah, that's the problem with how I like to play weird characters. I can't really there's only a handful of them that I can actually recreate in BG3 out of like my favorites. Another one of my favorite characters is a Knoll, and I don't know if there's any Knoll ones because at least there's assets for Knolls in the game. Um, where Triton don't even have assets; they don't appear in the game at all. But yeah, one of my favorite characters is a Knoll Bard who makes terrible jokes and then laughs at his own jokes with that weird bark laugh thing that hyenas do. And I would love to be able to play him in Baldur's Gate as well. Yeah, I really like the way they did the hobgoblins. Also, does anybody else think that Blurg and Omeluum are dating, or is that just me? I think they're like a couple that like is ace and does science together. Oh, Steel Buffalo, I hope you feel better. Get well soon. Oh, and also Sir Pippin, Omeluum is the friendly nautiloid, not nautiloid, that's the fucking ship. The friendly mind flayer in the Underdark, and Blurg is the hobgoblin with him. They're merchants near the Myconid colony. He's the one who asks you to collect the mushrooms. I think they're boyfriends. Boyfriends of science. Thank you, Steel Buffalo. I really appreciate that, man. You get some rest and get well soon. Hold on, I gotta take my meds. Shaded up that earring. I forgot to zoom out slightly more. Sorry about that. Still getting used to this split setup. I do really like it though. I like not having to disorient you guys with my constant zooming on my tablet. But I shaded the earring. I shaded the pearls. I can probably go a little darker on those shadows, honestly. So I think I'm going to do that now. Let me grab a darker, like creamy-ish color. That works, I think. Let's see. And I like to start at the back of the neck and kind of work my way forward so I don't miss any. I always start one end to the other when it comes to little details like this, because otherwise it's easy to miss one or two. Yeah, that makes it look better. Just have to take it a little darker at the very edge. I just took the shadows of them slightly darker. It's honestly a subtle difference. That little swoop right there on each of them. It's a subtle difference, but I think it makes them look more dimensional. For sure. What a handsome man. Alright, I want to work on the gemstones. I want to work on the gemstones. I gotta stop getting distracted. The ADHD brain is kicking in. So, Sir Pippin, in case you missed me before, because I answered you kind of late, Blurg and Omeluum are the merchants in the Myconid region, the Mind Flayer and Hobgoblin duo. I think they're boyfriends. Okay, okay, same wavelength then. Some people are like, no, what? What? What are you talking about? And I'm like, no, they're totally boyfriends, right? Like they've got to be. I refuse to believe they're not. I just didn't want you to think I was ignoring you. I was I was a little in the zone. I like how that gem came out. Yeah, I just drawing a bunch of circles kind of made me zonk because yeah, that's what happens when you draw a bunch of circles. Let's see. Sometimes different blending modes work really well for gemstones, and sometimes they work terribly. So let's just take a look here. Ooh, that looks pretty cool. That's like, hold on, let me zoom in on that for you. Looks like some kind of like nether stone or some shit. Not what I'm going for, but pretty sick. That looks shiny as fuck. So I shaded it, and then I took that layer. I had it on 75% already. I took it and I set it to overlay. That's what the shaded overlay layer looks like. Then I copied that, pasted it, and set the new one to color dodge 45% to pop those highlights. So that is the same exact shading twice. One design specifically to pop the highlights, and the other design specifically to make sure that those shadows stay in place. I did the same thing for the gemstones on my overlay, though more subtly, because I didn't want them to be distracting. I wanted them to blend in and be a little bit more muted. Real vibe shift there. Wow. Wow, Weezer. Wow, Weezer. What have you done? Go sit in a corner, Weezer. I really like this song. It was just a weird shift. Yo, yeah, for real. Those games were so much fun. If I ever see one at a thrift store, I'm gonna like grab that shit. Probably won't fucking work though. That's the thing. People beat the shit out of those. Unicorns! Yo, how are you? How you doing? Getting that work done? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Glad to see you. Thank you for stopping in. Feel like it's been a minute. Oh my gosh. He's pretty kick-ass. Here, let me give you a full body view. I'm working on the gemstones on the collar right now. I play this guy in D&D. He's one of my original characters. He's a good worker. There we go. Oh, I love this song. Yeah, he owns a ship. He delivers merchant goods. He's worked with pirates. And he's like kind of an honorary pirate. He's from a crime town, but he is indeed a good boy. So like people don't really fuck with him. So he's friends with criminals. He's friends with cops. He's friends with the Navy. He's friends with the pirates. He's like he's everyone's friend. And he's too stupid to rat anyone out, so they all trust him. and There we go. That's looking pretty good. So I just did all the like shading and sparkles and stuff on these gemstones. And I've been working on like the pearls and all the little details on this guy. I drew the background in earlier. He didn't have a background when we started this. I have a little more detailing I want to do on that too. Whoops, hold on. So there's some detail shots of the gemstones. And they look real shiny from further back. He is the real treasure, but technically the collar is the reason he's able to talk. Um, it is a headband of intellect. if we take a peek, I simplified it because I'm going to shrink this down and turn it into a Dungeons and Dragons token, but I wanted to have full character art of him also. But it is based on the canon design for the Headband of Intellect, which looks like that. Or yeah, it looks like that. It's got like little gems hanging. It's got diamonds technically, but I wanted to bring in some more color. And it has pearls too. It's I don't know, it's kind of weird. And then I simplified it a little bit and turned it into a dog collar. I also redid my whole overlay recently. I don't know if you were here for that, but I'm pretty happy with it. Okay, I needed a drink real quick. Um yeah, I shaded all the metal tonight. I drew in the background. I detailed the rope. I drew in the scar. I gave him the earring, the pearls, and the gemstones. I gotta do the dangly chains next, I think, because I feel like the gemstones look good this way. I don't want to mess with them anymore. I really like how they came out. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I tried to make him look friendly, a little on the older side, a little bit chubby, but still like he runs around and stuff, just like maybe he eats stuff he shouldn't, like begs for people food. That kind of body type. Yeah, he's one of my favorite characters I've ever written. I have old art of him that just here, let me show you. That is an old drawing of him that I did on my cell phone. And this is like super compressed and I had to blow it up. But I knew I could do better. I knew I could do more detail. Um and so I redid it. He really is. His character motivation is to show the world that an old dog can learn new tricks. And the cargo ship that he owned and operates uh was actually named New Trick, which a friend of a friend came up with. Actually, I wish I could take credit for that one. That was clever as hell, and I was thinking way too hard about it. Uni, he just he cut his nose when he was a baby because he was sniffing into stuff he shouldn't have been. Technically, I gave him the scar since I'm the one who designed him. Um, but I wanted him to be identifiable if somebody were to take off his little vest and his collar. I wanted there to be some way for him to be told apart from other, like, black labs. Something distinctive that would be identifiable. So, like, if he stole a really nice sirloin steak from the local butcher, the butcher might describe him as that darn dog with the scar on his nose. Judas, no. Yeah, he He was a stray dog born on the docks, or under the docks, I guess more accurately, of Luskin, which is a canon city in D&D, although it's also a city that got written into my buddy's D&D campaign. And so a few things to know about Luskin are that it's not like a tropical port. It's very cold. It's in the very deep north of Faerun. Very very far north on the Sword Coast. And so it is a decent city that is like the last shipping hub in the north, because most ships don't go beyond that because it starts getting like frozen treacherous waters and stuff. um so he's from a cold area. He loves swimming, and he grew up as a stray under the docks, and he would like beg the sailors and stuff for food, and he would go to the taverns and like beg at them for food, and they'd let him in when the weather was bad, and he'd sleep by the fireplaces and stuff. And there was like a bad storm one night, and he was hanging out in a tavern just taking a nap by the fire, as he was prone to do, because these like tavern owners were nice to him, because I mean, look at his little face. And and some drunkard put a headband of intellect on him as a collar, and he like experienced an awakening, and he was able to like speak and express his thoughts and stuff in brand new ways he'd never been able to do before. And and he opened a whole new world, and like he became a merchant and started doing deliveries, because he realized that he can help people get stuff through the city really quickly, since he's smaller than the average person and can like go through back alleys and stuff, and no one messes with him, since he's like friendly with the criminals and the cops and the navy and the pirates. Like, nobody messes with him. And so he started a local delivery business where he'd take people's parcels around the city for a small fee. And well, initially he did it for food, and then somebody like didn't have food on them, so they were like, here, you can take this to the market and buy food with it. And he learned how money works. And he started a business. And he like became more and more famous around the area, and he would travel with the pirates and learned how to sail, and he'd pull the ropes in his mouth, and he'd like stand on his hind legs and put his little paws on the steering wheel to like steer the ships, and he learned how to sail. And the pirates pierced his ear because he became like an honorary pirate. And I don't know if you're familiar with ear piercing lore with pirates, but it was a way to pay for a meal and a place to stay if you ended up stranded somewhere, or for a nice funeral if you ended up washing up somewhere. So they wanted him to have that because it's like insurance for pirates. So they pierced his ear. And so that and his nose scar are the most distinctive things about him. But obviously the earring could be removed. And he's got his little vest for his packages. And I gave him a little logo. I based it off like the Clada style of hands. So it's a parcel being passed between two hands. Why does my timer only say 7 minutes? Has that been stopped there for a while? I never told it to stop. I'm just gonna reset it. That looks stupid. It has not been 7 minutes. No one told me. Okay, I just reset it. Yeah, so it's two little hands passing a letter, and the bag is meant to be the whole vest is meant to be mostly made of waxed canvas because it's water resistant. And he, swims and runs around in the rain and stuff. And then he's got like two wooden tubes that are like sealed to waterproof for letters in there. Like, I put so much thought into this design. Like, I even did a fabric strap on the tummy because that would be comfier, where the leather would be more durable. And he'd be sensitive about his tum tum. And so, like, since he was a stray dog and so many people around the city were friendly with him, he had, like, a bunch of different names. You know, like how the local stray cat, everybody calls him something different. he had the same thing. Everybody called him something different, but something they consistently said to him, because he was always getting into stuff he shouldn't be getting into, is sit, stay. And he thinks that's his name. So it became his name. And that people around him were not a fan of that, because they'd be trying to get him to go away, and he'd follow them thinking that they're calling him. Being a shadow monk means he's ridiculously fast. Instead of flurry of blows, I have flurry of bites. Like I I have a few chew toys that he carries around. One is a peg leg he stole from a pirate that he didn't like. He's really fun. I love him. Yours is called Garbage. By any chance, have you seen Dogs in Space? Dog City? I have not seen that one. But Dogs in Space has a captain named Garbage. He's the main character. But yeah, I've been working on this one for a while. Like, all those little dashes for his fur were all drawn by hand. That wasn't a dashed brush, that was just a regular fucking brush. And it did a million dashes. Tonight I've been working on the backgrounds, the accessories, um, some detailing like the scar on his nose. Alright, I added little bevels around the gemstones to make it look like they're actually inlaid in the gold. And I did it converse to the light source because metal's fucking weird like that, and I wanted to do it as bounce light. I thought it would work interestingly, and it honestly it does. Zoomed out, it really works well. I think it really looks inlaid, which is exactly what I was going for. Alright, let's see. I got the earring, I got the jewelry details, I like the shading on the jewelry, I added his scar. I feel like I need to tweak the shading around the eyes a tiny bit to make them pop a little bit more. And then I want to tweak like the coloration of the background a little bit. To like add to the shadows, make it a little darker to make him stand out more. Let me just look at this real quick. Okay, I stretched my back. I really needed to stretch my back, and I took a better look at it. And I do want to shade out the background more to bring out like more contrast in it. But I wanted to wait until I had more of the like jewelry and stuff done because I wanted to make sure the lighting all matches decently at least. Because there's a lot of bounce lighting going on in this one. That kind of makes it look like a more mixed light source. The main light source is like pointed at his chest at an angle. And then there's like a secondary light source that's bringing in bounce light from more left. And it kind of hits like, I'd say it hits like this area here, kind of like cast this way. We have an ad in 5 minutes. We have ads once an hour here. It'll be a 3-minute ad break, so use it as an opportunity to grab a snack or go to the bathroom, grab a refill of your drink, whatever it is you need to do. Yeah, I think I just want to like highlight his eyes a tiny bit more. Play around with that. And then shade the background out more. But he's like almost done, so that's pretty cool. Hold on, let me grab a better reference. I need one that's more face focused. Yeah, that's a friendly looking fellow. Let's use you as a reference. Right now, he looks vaguely evil. I gotta do a couple things to blend it out more, but it'll make sense. He is. He's always trying to cause mischief. Okay, let's try this on a couple different settings. It's a little intense right now, but I want to see. Screen looks the best. It mutes it in a nice way. And then let's try taking down the opacity a bit because it's still too bright. You look so cute. I love his silly little face.
Aww.
I think tonight's the most times that's ever been used. Thanks. Thank you so much. Oh gosh, I think that really helped. I think that really solved. I just thought it was a little too flat like that. And I think just adding a little bit of a shadow and highlight really made a difference, honestly. And that's on screen on 30% opacity. Look at him. I love this one. This is coming out great. This is coming out great. No, I kind of want to build a little more separation between him and the background. And I kind of want to add in that wooden pole that I had. Also, I never did that. I feel like it grounds it more. Just saving real quick while I have a sec. Hey, Grottos. Thanks for stopping in. I really appreciate it, man. Have a good night. Boom. Quick, easy wood grain. Slap some shading on that bad boy, it'll look perfect. I think that kind of marries those better. All right. I'm gonna dismiss this ad break. I'm gonna snooze it rather. Because I think that's it. I think I'm done. Thanks, Sir Pippin. Thank you. You know what? I'm gonna slap a little more texture on the tongue real quick, and then I'm done. That's the one thing I didn't do that I think I intended to. Let me new layer, masking layer, same brush, same thing. Speckly tongue. There, just a little more texture to it. Maybe a little higher. Yeah, okay. All right, there we go. Thank you guys so much for joining me as I drew my handsome fella. Sir Pippin, thank you again so much for the gift subs. I appreciate you so much. I hope you know that. The full quality version will be up on my website real soon. I'll probably be posting a shrunk version of it on a few Discords also, because I usually draw this stuff too big for Discord. But I think he's looking pretty darn good. I'm really happy with this. He definitely looks like an old adventuring puppo, and that's exactly what I wanted. So if anyone wants to do a raid message, I've got one right there. And I'm going to go see who's online. Oh, you know what? Quatos is on, and I would love to get a song about my dog if he's doing songs tonight. He doesn't always do songs, and it's not an expectation. But if he does do a song, I would love to get one about my dog. I'm not gonna lie. What do you guys think? Let's try and get a song written for Sit Stay. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna get this set up now. And I hope you guys all have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate everyone who stopped by. And I will be back on Friday. And on Friday, Joey's going to be here with me to play. Hey, don't play an ad break right now. Snooze, go away. Joey's going to be here on Friday to play Baldur's Gate with me since he was sick today. So he'll be feeling better by then, hopefully. And we'll see you on Friday with more Baldur's Gate. Thank you guys so much.